Okay, this is gonna be a little bit different. This is the first stream I've done with my second monitor up, so I'm now running a dual monitor setup. My second monitor, is an Asus gaming monitor, Tough, VG289, I believe, according to the bots. TUF. And yeah, it seems like a good monitor. It seems really nice. So I'm annoyed, because I ordered a physical copy of God of War Ragnarok, but as you can see here, well, you can't actually see it. Well, I mean, I guess you kind of can. As you see here, as opposed to this, there's not a disc icon there, or right here, or right here. So what happened with this was I ordered the physical copy, and Best Buy waited until 1 o'clock this morning to ship it out. So of course it got delayed, and it's not supposed to be until tomorrow. Which, to most people, wouldn't be a problem. But to people like me who are streaming and have dedicated time slots to certain things and certain, like, stuff going on, essentially, like when you have a set plan in place, and then through no fault of your own, you just basically had to delay that plan by, like, a week, potentially. Cause, like, if I was, like, my choices were either buy a digital version, and if I'm getting digital, I'm gonna get the digital deluxe version. So that was $80. Or wait, or play it tomorrow after it gets here, but by the time the chance I would have to play tomorrow would be like maybe 3 hours towards the end of the night, or at the end of the night after I got off of work from my job, or wait until next week when everyone else is probably has played the heck out of this game and is super far ahead. Like, it's just annoying, because, like, literally through no fault of my own, I'm having to scramble and throw stuff together to make this happen. And it really sucks, because now I have to decide if I want to return the physical copy or keep the physical copy. I might keep it just because I like having physical copies of games, because, like, Horizon Forbidden West came digitally bundled, and don't get me wrong, I love Horizon Zero Dawn. It was a great game. I just haven't had a chance to play it on the PC for, like, a Let's Play. Killzone, I got digitally. These PS4 games and PS2 games I got digitally because they weren't, like, making discs for them anymore, I don't think, anyway. If they were like super hard to find and only, like, available via pre-owned stuff. But yeah, like, I like having physical copies of my games just because, like, oh, if there's a patch that breaks the digital version, you can disconnect from the internet and play the physical one. Or if, like, for example, when eventually servers for the PS5 shut down in 20 to 30 years, I'm sure, and you can't, and you want to play your copy of, and you decide, hey, you know what would be a fun game? Well, you probably wouldn't play Horizon Forbidden West at that point, but let's say it takes, like, the 3DS path, where for some reason they just shut the servers down after, like, 6 years, and you're like, you know what, I really want to play Horizon Forbidden West. and you can't download it anymore because the servers are offline. Which they didn't do that with the 3DS. They kept the ability to they retained the ability to download games, but not to purchase games. But yeah, that's just it's just an example of like why I personally like having physical copies of games. The only real thing that I've kind of doing an exception for that is for PC. If that's only because Steam only deals in digital. But anyway, we just finished God of War 2018 yesterday. We are coming fresh off from it. We are like I don't even really need a warm up.
To enable screen reader, press square button.
Is there a button to make that not happen? Because it just did that on its own. So I'm confused. Now it says it's screen
reader on.
Okay. We'll do the guided setup. UI subtitles on by default. That's good. Invert. Vertical off. Repeated button input is that. Classic. Unlocks when target dies or when aiming. Auto target persists while aiming. Auto target plus adds off-screen targeting. I'm gonna go with classic. Traversal assistance. Auto pickup. Well, when needed. Essentials plus. Wait, this is not right. What? This goes off essentials plus. I'm just gonna leave it off because something is definitely not correct with this. Like, I was gonna say I want the economy stuff. So like if I could, so that it just like just because it can get a little tedious of like picking up every last bit of hack silver, every last resource, every last bit of loot that's dropped. But it looks like I can only choose between off the basic essentials one right there, and then essentials plus, which I assume is just full. Yeah, so they immediately messed this up. We'll just leave it off for now.
To enable screen reader, press square button.
What? Oh, next step. Vision accessibility. Hearing accessibility. Definitely subtitles on. Captions. Speaker names on. Why would I want blur if I'm... I'll just turn it all on. So wait, is this... Is this just not working at all? Vision, puzzle timing extended. As much as I'm gonna leave vision accessibility off, as much as I don't like that. Motion reduction. Oh. Camera smoothing. Persistent dot. Motion blur 0. I don't like this. There needs to be more... I don't know what the persistent dot means. Does that mean there's just gonna be a dot in the middle of my screen? Motor accessibility. I'm good with motor accessibility. And again, hearing accessibility is... Did it just... Nope, it's still... Yeah, it's still just broken. Graphics mode, favor... We'll favor performance. Audio calibration. I don't know what I'm looking at here. I guess I'll go with balance for now. Hold on. Loud sounds are lower in volume level. Dynamic balancing. Yeah, dynamic balancing sounds fine. Yeah, nothing about this says, this, you know, I'm not gonna lie, I'm so used to streaming from mobile and just the ability to just look at OBS and do things potentially is just very nice. I just have to be cautious about my, my second monitor turning off. Settings. Oh, there's a recap? That's dumb. Or, well, not really dumb. It's nice, but hold on. Oh, thank goodness we have so much more we can do. Strafe assist. Auto pickup. Essentials. Economy. Here we go. What was the point of being able to do stuff? Puzzle timing default. Puzzle aim assist is off. That's fine. Tutorial mode all. We'll go minimal. Weapon sheathing. Weapon. I'm gonna use the weapon toggle. Just because that's more like God of War 20, the previous God of War, and that's what we're used to. Touchpad shortcuts. That's reflect visual? I'm gonna turn that off. I don't like that. Immersive. I'll just go default. Yeah, like I'm fine with I'm fine with economy just because, like, especially like in the other God of War game, we saw a thing where the or we saw a couple of moments where the whatchamacallit, the drops from something fell out of the map essentially. Evade with Ed's interrupted circle. I guess that's fine. Global volume. I'll leave it at 10. Color. Oh, we can't have different... we can't have different speaker color, speaker name on. I wish we had different colors for different characters. Default or takes up 75% of the screen. Yeah, that's fine. Subtitle blur off. Audio cues.
Screen reader.
Off. Audio panning? We'll leave it as is. Voice boost. I wish I could hear this. I guess I'll turn it off for now. Text and color. UI text. I kind of like large for UI text. Icon size. There's... oh, okay. Small is on the left. Default is... okay, so it's... far left is small, then default, then large, then extra large. I'm gonna go with default. High contrast HUD. I like the idea. I like high contrast HUD. Just that way, it's just easier for me to see. Color filter. Daltonization. Just color spectrum to increase the visibility for additional color correction. I don't know what that means, so I'm just gonna leave it off. Wait, we can do this for... that's so annoying. We can... so, like, I can make Kratos, like, I don't know, red and Atreus, like, blue, and then the enemy's green, or something like that. Or Atreus blue... or rather, Kratos blue, Atreus green, and the enemy's red. Like, bosses can be, like, a purple, and... NPCs can just be like a yellow, like, we can do all that, but we can't just, but we can't have the, but heaven forbid the subtitles have the names of characters, or different characters have different color subtitles. Instead, it's like, oh, you can make the subtitle a color, you can make the name a different color, so I could do something weird like, I don't know, cyan and yellow. And then have the caption be like, I don't know, this a purple, like cyan, yellow, and purple, or something like that. But I can't just have Kratos is white, Atreus is blue, Freya is, I don't know, green, for example, Thor is like red, for example, Odin, for example, it could be purple. No, we can't do that, but we can have literally everything else be different colors. So what's this recap do?
The boy's mother is dead.
She wanted us to spread her ashes on the highest peak in all the realms.
The gods of these realms don't take kindly to outsiders, trust me.
You are God.
Leader of the Vanir, once yes, but no longer.
There's only one person alive who can get you where you need to go. First, you need to cut off my head.
Oh gosh, I'm having audio issues.
Odin's eye is on you, brother. Especially now that you've taken to killing his kin.
When I came to these shores, I chose to live as a man. But the truth is, I was born a god, and so were you.
We can do whatever we want.
Huh.
There are
Interesting.
consequences to killing a god.
They didn't quite rip all the lines from the
Back
other
off,
one.
Kratos. This has nothing to do. No, 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 my boy! My dear sweet boy!
It's Mother. Look, she was a giant. I'm a giant. I guess there's just one thing I don't understand. The giants called me Loki?
Question for another day.
Give me a second, I need to try to fix this capture card thing. Things are gonna get weird with stream elements probably, so ignore what's about to happen. Okay, yeah, so what you may not, so what you can't see is, for some reason, Stream Elements moved, when I turned my monitor off to try to fix the audio, Stream Elements decided that it was gonna run to the other, jump all the way to the other monitor, and I don't know how to make it not do that. There's no way of, like, pinning it to this monitor. The only way I can think of would be to reverse the order of my monitors, but then if I have to, that gets confusing for me because the monitor that Stream Elements is on my right, so if it's considered monitor 1, then that means that I have to move stuff to the left to get it onto the right, if the monitor that the game is on is monitor 2. Also, I need to make sure... Oh, what is happening? Why are things being weird? Well, that was a recap, I guess. Honestly, I suck. I suck too much at God of War games. As much as I would love to give me God of War... As much as I would love to do Give Me God of War, or even Give Me No Mercy, I'm just gonna do Give Me a Balance, or Balance. I had the pouch that had phase ashes. Kratos, it's been years, dude. Literally. So I wonder what upgrades, if any, we kept from the other game. Or we have from the other game. I guess none. So I guess so I'm sure our Leviathan Axe is probably, like, literally the lowest possible level.
Hungry?
Kratos is never hungry.
What's next?
Home.
I'll get them ready.
Why are we in a cave, by the way? Yeah, that's a level 1 Leviathan axe. I apologize for any audio issues that might happen. I will do my best to fix them if they do, but that's the nature of HDMI, apparently. Well, we saw the Bifrost.
Need help?
What's that?
Ready?
Somehow this game looks better on the game capture than it does in... Whoa, 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 this is... Surviving Fimbulwinter started. Am I actually... Oh, I'm controlling the doggos!
I hope Fenrir got some sleep. Maybe he'll be ready to eat when we get home.
He is quite sick, Atreus.
I know, but he was a little better yesterday. Until he wasn't. If he keeps eating, I'm not giving up on him.
And the ellipsis.
Hear that?
Yes.
Is it her?
Probably.
It is her. The state is not far.
Freya, right? Yep.
She wouldn't give up that easy, would she?
Absolutely not.
Stay alert.
Yeah, see, okay, I get it. You're still mad about us for killing Baldur years ago. Whoa, hey!
Got you.
I blocked that, by the way.
Up there! Look out! The trees! They're coming down! That was too close. He's coming around again!
Fight you!
I'm losing my grip here!
Freya, chill out!
I have you! Hold tight! Protection stave is near!
How do we even get a protection stave from Freya?
Freya, we're not your enemy!
Freya, what?
Spartan Rage it!
Please don't make me do this!
Ugh. Is there a sprint button?
Ah! Faster! Hey!
We're through to Dave. We made it.
Let us go home.
It's Becky. Svana. Up.
Good doggos.
I'm sorry I couldn't take the shot.
I did not wish you to.
Yeah.
I'm hoping she'll let it go. You saved her life.
I killed her son. There is no letting that go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess killing Baldur really did bring on Fimbulwinter. Never stopped snowing after that day. Think it's ever gonna get better?
Someday. But the worst is still ahead of us. We must be strong.
I was about to say, am I supposed to dismount? Is there a button to get off of this thing, or is it going to happen automatically? But then it started happening. It's just a weird little delay there. I will say I don't like the every audio cue, but what is
I will
with
get the deal.
Okay.
Go on, girls.
Oh, hello, what's this? What's up? Thing here. Oh, I can do the... I had the fast throw available, so slightly anyway. So there's definitely a thingy there. Okay, this is not what I... Oh, I can just access credits at any time. Oop. How do I... Oh, wait, is this a rune attack? Oh, I like charged my ats up. Huh, interesting.
I don't hear him. He always says hello.
Atreus.
Fenrir. You okay, boy?
I mean, he might not have made it, Atreus. Okay, well, we have to go here.
It's okay, boy. You're okay. I know. I missed you too. Where's your food? Still hungry? Come on, boy. You need to eat. Eat. What? Too big?
That's definitely not too big. He's sick.
There you go. Good boy.
Atreus, the time draws near. You must prepare yourself.
For what? He's still eating. He wants to live.
He is dying.
You're a good boy. A brave boy. Fast and strong. But you can rest now. Okay? I'll be okay. You can let go now. You have to let go. Sofna. Afra. Tesu. Sofna. Ethon. Sofna. Sofna. Sofna.
No, that's sad.
Come. We train.
What? No. It's the middle of the night.
Night does not stop our enemies.
Why? What for? Training is all we ever do, ever. It's not enough. We can't hide forever.
We do not hide. We prepare for a fight for which we are not ready. We'll go.
Time is running out. The prophecies say Fimbulwinter leads to Ragnarok. War is coming.
That's why he's training!
What Loki's supposed to be doing, he's supposed to be doing it now. My story doesn't end hiding in these woods. I should be out there, finding out who I am, who Loki is.
I will not allow you to pick a fight with gods.
I don't want to fight anyone. I just want answers.
And if those answers lead to war with Asgard?
Maybe that's what Mother wanted.
We do not know what Mother wanted.
Yeah, that also
like we never
weird
will.
to not say your mother, or for Kratos to say your mother. Yeah, I mean, it's revealed at the end of the game that Faye, Laufey was a child, or a giant rather.
I have a moment alone with Fenrir before I bury him.
Yeah. I was gonna say, are we not gonna, like, Kratos is like, come, we train. And then it's like, bro, at least let him, like, give him a minute. His pet just died. One of his pets just died. At least, like, be like, come on, let's go bury him. Like, I would understand if you were like, okay, let's go, I'm gonna go get to work, getting ready to bury him. Hi, Mimir. They gave you a spoon.
I recognize that dour expression anywhere. Care to tell me what went wrong?
The wolf is gone.
Oh, no. Not Fenrir. How's the lad taking it?
Not well.
What do you know about Fenrir,
He goes to bury him.
Mimir?
Oh, damn it. All right, brother. Good Good night, then.
He puts out one candle and not the giant raging fire. His wound from Freya is probably uncomfortable, isn't it? What the heck? What? What?
Kratos?
Oh, did they actually model Faye this time around? Because they didn't voice her before.
Are you joining me?
Oh, they did model her. She does not look like what I expected. Hi.
Faye,
Are you ready? You walk as though Emir himself sits atop your shoulders.
this is your hunt. I will follow.
Very well, Grumbles.
It's her hunt, but, you
Fresh
know.
kill. At least it didn't suffer. Am I to decipher your grunting? Tell me your thoughts.
We hunt a predator.
A wolf. Yes.
Predators kill. It is the natural order of things.
Your words are misguided. Shh. Approach slowly. It's okay, little one. We want to help. Don't we?
Sure.
No, don't!
Do I have my shield?
on.
I do have my
The sick
shield.
wolf we found beyond our stave. He found his way inside. As I said he would. We should have acted.
It was not our concern. Now it is.
The problem doesn't have to reach our doorstep for it to be our responsibility. If we have the power to limit the harm it could cause, we should act. Who are we to hide and do nothing?
We are not hiding.
Oh, this is like... yeah, hiding and doing nothing while the world crumbles instead of... Would
Gonna
not...
make me pick that one up?
I was gonna say, would not expect Faye to be that strong enough to do that, to be honest.
Good boy.
This really makes people want a
This way.
prequel
Faye.
with Kratos and Faye. Hey boy.
Faye.
Come on, Kratos, you can track a wolf.
Faye. Faye!
Time is running out, my love. And there is much to do.
Mother! Mother!
Brother?
What? So was Faye reaching him from the spirit realm? Or something? That seems like something very God of War
Where's
esque.
Atreus?
Hence my bellowing. He never came back from burying the wolf. It's been some time.
He cannot be far.
Okay. Track Atreus. He was here. Ooh! Faye. It has been too long since Faye left us and we spread her ashes from the highest peak in Jotunheim. A journey she planned, one that neither of us was ready for. I dream of her in simpler times when being together was enough. My duty now lies solely with our son, but I still have so many questions for her. So much that I still do not understand. I see glimmers of her in Atreus, and they make me smile, but I am left with those same questions as I try to guide him along his path. He is focused on who he will become, and while it becomes difficult to keep him close, I am grateful I can continue this journey with him for now. Fenrir. The wolf Fenrir has been in decline for some time now. Atreus cares for the animal deeply and has not been able to accept that he is dying. In the past, I would have told him to close his heart to this loss, but he has already endured so much. I see the compassion in his heart, and I'm proud of the man he is growing into, but I must keep him focused if he is ready to be ready for more dark days ahead. Specky and Svana. Not long ago, we rescued a pack of wolves from raiders on the Lake of Nine. Despite my warnings, Atreus decided to name them. Having these two pull the sled has made transportation significantly easier. Mimir. Mimir has lived with us since our return from Jotunheim. I have barely known you, I would call friend and brother, fewer still. But I've come to rely on the wisdom and counsel of the, quotes, smartest man alive. Also, he is compact and does not consume precious resources. Foes. Freya. More of a neutral. Freya continues to pursue us, seeking revenge for the death of her son Baldur. I do not wish to fight her. She was a friend, but I will defend myself if she forces my hand. I do not see a peaceful resolution to our situation. Baldur. I do not regret Baldur's death. Had I allowed him to kill Freya, he would not have abandoned his pursuit. His fate would have been the same. I do not expect Freya to accept what happened as necessary. She will likely pursue us until one of us is dead. Magni and Modi. Magni and Modi, the sons of Thor, also pursued us on our journey. Magni was strong but arrogant until his last breath. Modi proved himself a coward, but I pitied him in his last moments. There seems to be little forgiveness among the Aesir gods, and I expect that we have yet to suffer the consequences of the blood we spilled. Bestiary. Lessons. Status effects. Spurn, frost, poison, stave. Sonic. Amplifies or propagates element. Oh, hats. Concussions. Oh, that's like the same as Daze? Puts creature in stasis when airborne. Hats, amplifies or propagates elemental effects. Bifrost. Purple damage that appears over the health bar. Any follow-up hit will detonate the purple heart, or the purple damage from the health bar. Bifrost will heal over time. So wait, does that mean using the Bifrost, however it's pronounced, does that mean it costs HP to use? What?
You suppose he took a shortcut through the realm between realms?
No, the stones have not moved.
Okay, tracks. This way. What did I just hear?
Let's see. Tracks heading down to the frozen river. That's most likely where he did the burying. Fire's dwindling now. Where else could he have gone from here?
He crawled through here.
You seem troubled in your sleep, even for you. Nightmares?
I dream of the past. Almost every night.
Ah, the bad old days? In Greece?
No. It feels like Faye is trying to tell me something.
You don't mean to say you're talking to ghosts again, brother?
No. But it is something more than memory.
I mean, it is a ghost then, most likely. We've dealt with spirits in the past, Kratos. It's not that far-fetched. Especially being a god.
Use your words, brother.
The tracks stop here.
And we're not alone.
What? What?
What's your life?
Raiders. I'm definitely hearing others. Oh! Hey, congratulations, you got one hit in on me. It took 3 of you at the same time.
Blasted raiders.
They should not be this close.
We should check on the protection stave. There's a tree up ahead, yeah?
Yeah, there is. My health stones to restore health.
You're right. The stave is broken.
Explains our trespassers. What happened here?
Bear.
A bear. Mauled.
By what?
Yeah, I was gonna say,
Larger
what would
bear.
maul a bear?
Wounded. The fight destroyed the tree. We must find Atreus.
Aye. Between the savage beasts and marauding raiders, he may have sought shelter. Follow the trail. We'll find him.
Well, this is definitely an all paths lead to the same destination sort of deal.
Aha! Trail's on the other side of that gap, if you can clear the way.
Oh, that was a cell phone alarm. What the heck? What is this? Wait, what did I just? Oh, those are bugs. Okay.
Any idea what could have made the lad wander off?
We argued. He accuses me of hiding from Odin.
Only sensible to keep a low profile after killing 3 of his kin.
A reckoning will come. That is why Atreus must learn to survive on his own.
Oh, this is about that prophecy. Just because the giants had you dead on some wall full of otherwise accurate predictions.
I do not believe in prophecies.
Well, good. That's a lot of blood, brother.
We must find him.
Yeah, it's been a lot of blood for a while. Here's this treasure chest. I like that these glow a little bit more. Also, the combat feels way more fluid. Holy crap. Oh, it's, here. So, Leviathan hats. Frozen Breach. Frost Awaken. So can I power this up at all? Doesn't look like it.
And what do you believe about prophecy, Mimir?
I'm skeptical by nature, though we have seen things that defy explanation. So, speaking as the smartest man alive, I've no bloody idea.
Okay, what if I told you I killed the Fates, Mimir? Frost Awaken. Hold triangle to frost up the adds, powering up and then its melee or ranged attack. Easy enough. What's up? What the? Come on, try that again. No, come on, do it. What? Try it again. There we go. Come on. I want to get my parry timing down. Not quite. Dude, that is so hard to time at 60 FPS. What's up?
All right, where's that trail gone?
It's right there, but it leads more this way. Hello, we didn't kill this guy. So is there a reason to? Is there ever a reason to not have this thing frosted up? It feels like not really. I hear him. Raider. Few humans are left in the wild woods these days. Those who survive have either stashed themselves away in the warmest places they can find, or, should they choose not to hide, have only fended off the cold by transmogrifying their Pyalia, their guardian spirit. This part of their soul takes the traits of an animal, allowing them to adapt to Midgard's unforgiving climate. As of late, the various remaining raiders around the wildwoods seem hell-bent on murdering the lot of us. The protection stave keeps interlopers at bay, but every hunting trip beyond its borders inevitably results in encountering a scouting party or two. Raider scout, while most raiders favor the strength and pride of the stag of their Aphilia, scouts favor the owl for its sharp eyes and sharper talons. They often claim to be able to peer through the eyes of Midgard's owls, but this strikes me as boastful havers. I don't know what that means. They favor ranged attacks and are deadly accurate with their slings.
Too many for a scouting party. They must have a camp nearby.
I know what you're thinking, brother, but Atreus can handle himself. You've taught him well.
So he keeps telling me.
We're gonna get our runic attack yet? Forged iron?
Torches. And the trail leads into that cave.
Well, we know where we are going. I'm sure we can find a quiet way in.
Well, I see a treasure chest right there, too, however.
Or you could do that.
Did I hear a raven?
These the raiders you rescued the wolves from.
No. They have not been here long.
Ekki fermir
Death from above. Sprint up a ledge. Press once in the air. Once in the air, press R1 to unleash a death from above attack. Well, I heard another one. Ah, there he is.
The trail goes through here. Leads deeper in.
There'll be more.
Yep. Oh, sweet. The Shattered Rune +4. Unique resource. I forgot about the economy looting thing I have. So I just go right next to it and it just automatically pick up. That's still a little annoying. I wish I would just kind of teleport into my inventory.
Raider, left flank!
Multiple.
Fire from above! That one's got a sling. Look out, brother.
Yeah, I have plenty of experience with this. Okay, go for it. Try it again. Try it again. I definitely want to make my shield more parry-based than blocking-based. And I know that that's gonna be a thing at some point. Because I've been slightly keeping up with somewhat keeping up with the trailers, so... How do I reach that? Do I just jump? I do just jump. Okay. Forged iron. Howdy! Goodbye. Oh! Why would I ever bother?
Atreus, are you here?
Perhaps Atreus came here seeking shelter. Kept moving when he saw the raiders, and the bear came barreling after. Impressive rampage, I'll give it that.
Do you think the bear was chasing Atreus?
Well, just as likely the bear was hurt and Atreus was chasing it to help. You know the lad.
Huh. Yeah. No, wait, because the bear came... The bear would have come from this direction, right? So we would have found Atreus closer to camp.
Atreus, where are you?
Oh. Talking about... They were talking about this bear.
Well, we found the bear, or he found us.
What's up, Bjorn? Stop doing that! Oh, what the? Okay. Oh!
Oh, he seems angry.
Yeah, okay. I've been being too nice.
Oh, you've done it now, Bear. Here it comes.
Spartan rage.
Hit him before he stops again.
I'm trying to get him to back. I'm just trying to get him to back off, dude. Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez. Okay. There we go.
Grab him. He's looking sick.
There we go. What is happening? What? What?
Atreus! 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 Atreus!
What?
First, focus. Heal.
What happened?
You do not remember.
You shapeshifted into a bear and attacked us.
I prayed Fenrir. And then I'm not sure. I was so sad. And then I was angry and scared.
They're missing.
I remember.
They're missing ellipses on the back end, on the back end ones.
There was a bear charging, and I charged back. That had to be a dream.
emotions. They transformed you.
I didn't know I could do that.
We didn't either.
You did not do anything. They overcame you. That is why we must not abandon your training. We do not know the reach of your abilities. They will be dangerous without discipline to control them.
You've already taught me discipline. I need more than that. I need answers. Answers you don't have.
Answers only your mother had. Answers she withheld.
Don't get angry
What
about...
if there was someone who could help us? Someone that could give us answers about the giants and who Loki's supposed to be.
Atreus.
Wouldn't it help to understand what I'm becoming?
Atreus! Listen to me. I might have killed you. Until you learn control, we will take no unnecessary risks.
Inaction is also a risk. You taught me that. Stop thinking like a father for a moment and start thinking like a general.
No! No. Collect yourself.
Atreus. Atreus has grown so much since our journey to Jotunheim. We've trained through a winter upon winter with no summers between. Excuse me, he is stronger, more capable, more adept in combat, and an excellent climber. But he still has much to learn if he is to master his emotions with discipline. He remains distracted by thoughts of Loki and the destiny foretold by the giants. Whatever his mother's people intended for him, whatever she intended, I will keep him safe and prepare him while I can. Spartan Rage. Ooh! Oh, shield attachment. That's different. That's not what I thought. I thought this was going to go at all. Guardian shield. Wooden knob. Wow, what is... Hold on, I'm having some kind of, like, massive resistance on...
This way.
On my trigger.
So, are we going to discuss the boy becoming a bear?
Yeah. Are we?
Not now. We need to repair the protection stave and get home.
What happened to the protection stave?
You did.
So you're blaming me?
I am not blaming you, Atreus.
Well, tell your voice that.
Yeah, so... You, while you were a bear, you accidentally destroyed it. In part of it.
Say the word, Father.
Now!
Nista!
Oh my
Left flank!
gosh, you deal so little damage. Hold on. Yep, got him. However, rage builds a lot better.
Incoming fire!
Nista!
So, lad, besides your gift of language and hearing creatures' thoughts, are there any
I wish it was just
other
at
new
speed.
magical abilities to report?
Not really.
What of Fenrir?
What about him?
When he died, you cast a spell.
No, I didn't.
But I saw light.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Trick of Fimbulwinter, perhaps. Seen my share.
Could be. Yeah, this really makes me want to play Skyrim again for some weird reason. Atreus, what are these?
Oh, I recognize where we are now.
Atreus, you good? You just kind of like T-posed through there.
Seriously?
That, or any prey you might have been dragging, I suppose.
Not sure that makes me feel any better.
Probably. Wait. Okay, I wasn't expecting a cutscene. We're gonna fight Freya again.
Asya.
He's definitely capable of casting magic.
I didn't mean to.
Intent does not matter. Only consequences.
What can we do?
Nothing. Nature will take its course.
Yeah, I mean, it's too late to save the bear. It's kind of been dead for a while.
Storms are coming.
Isn't it cold enough?
We are almost home.
Why are there so many of you raiders here?
Another raider to the left!
You know, I didn't see the one above us. Oh, what the? What? That literally showed the arrow behind me. Ugh. Holy crap, this camera does not work well.
Behind you! Incoming!
Incoming fire!
I don't know why Kratos yelled that. I'm not a fan of that.
A lot of those guys.
It's been like this all night.
You must have been inside the stave when I fixed it. Sometimes I really wish Tyr's temple still worked so we could get out of Midgard.
They say Fimbulwinter affects all realms, lad.
Okay, but how could things be any worse than here?
I mean, we could go to Muspelheim. I'm sure it's probably very comfortable there.
Hey, Svanna, you're not scared. You're a brave girl. Good. Brave girl. That's right.
So how long does
He's
this
good with
last?
that. No surprise, really.
Specky, you okay? Just a little thunder. That's a good girl. Good girl.
That's probably like a minute outside of combat. You ready?
Atreus!
I'm just checking on...
To bed!
Yes, sir.
You weren't checking on them anymore. What are you talking about? Oh, I couldn't go that way anyway. Okay. I thought there was a path that I had possibly missed. Ooh, hello. A training course?
Need some.
Okay. Okay, admittedly, that's on me. Wow, that takes so long. Oh, we can't... Oh, they changed the landscape so we can't climb up here. Huh, that's interesting. Why do we have spears and shields? Like random shields.
As evenings go, that was entirely too eventful. Though I admit it was a bit like old times there, for a moment. The three of us navigating some hitherto unhappened upon patch of forest.
Been a while since you've joined us. If that's what you mean.
Well, just tired, I suppose. You've seen one deer hunt, you've seen them all.
How can you feel tired when you never sleep?
There are other kinds of tired, lad. You'll see when you're older.
That's true.
Now have a proper rest, my brothers. Things are always brighter in the morning.
You know, assuming Thor doesn't come knocking at our door like was predicted, or like they said was gonna happen in 2018.
What was that?
The ball!
That was Thor. Oh, interesting. Before he had a full cloak.
Who are you? Can I come in? I have mead. You would not find me good company. No. I'm sure we'll find lots to talk about.
Oh, he told him to hide Mimir. Oh, yeah, you shouldn't have let those ravens in, dude. What?
Nice place.
Those are very clearly Odin's ravens. This is so weird. Wait, are we gonna have just a drunken fight against Thor? That would be very funny, but...
You could have told me before I poured. Why are you here? Just being polite. You seem like a calm and reasonable person. Are you? A calm and reasonable person. If the moment calls for calm. I'd say the moment calls for calm. Yeah.
Ugh. What is it, Odin?
You know who I am? Back before winter set in, there were some misunderstandings. Regrettable ones. But I think we all have a better idea of who we're dealing with. Now, what you did to his boys. Self-defense. Dying is what we Aesir live for. And let's be honest, they were kinda useless. But Baldur, he had value. He was my best tracker, my closer. Yeah, his mind was gone, sure. But he had his uses, and now he's gone because of you. You follow me?
He was trying to kill us too, dude.
You have a debt. You're no fun anymore.
What do you want?
How about peace? How does peace strike the esteemed, retired God of War? How about we just don't kill each other? How about you stay home, kick up your feet, seek no quarrel with me, and I'll have none with you.
You came to us! What?
That one has to stop his search for Tyr.
What do you mean, search for Tyr?
Yeah. We know what you've been up to. Stop it.
Tyr's old ways are dead. He is dead. You understand? And then that's it. Then we're square.
Back away from the boy.
Shit, I'll even sweeten the deal. I'll let you keep the prisoner that I know you stole. That's right. I know you're in here somewhere, you silver-tongued little shit.
Why should we believe a word out of you?
Shut up,
What
Mimir.
have your promises ever been worth?
Why would you speak out?
Old partner in crime.
He's lost weight.
If he tells you snow is white, he's lying.
What kind of wisdom is that? Can't the smartest head alive see past himself? See that we all want the same thing? All right. Here's a deal I know you can trust. I'll settle your debt with my ex. Keep Freya.
She's not just gonna forgive us for killing Baldur.
Your boy safe.
Freya doesn't have a problem with Atreus. It's Kratos that she has a problem with. Kratos is the one that killed Baldur.
No.
Look, I won't. How's about this? I won't seek to kill you if you don't come. If you don't try to seek to kill. If you don't try to in a fight hit us. But we will defend ourselves if necessary.
waiting for this. You're not from here. We got a tradition called blood payments. It means I get a piece of you for what you took from my family. You'll pick it up.
Oh, there goes one of the statues of the Lake of Nine. Why are we at the Lake of Nine?
That was for Baldur. Now show me this god killer I've heard so much about.
Oh, I'm fighting him barehanded?
I
Okay.
did not sink that fight with your brother. I don't care. You insult me holding back like this.
Okay.
You know my past. The ghost of Sparta thing? Yeah. Then you know what I'm capable of. Show me! Now we gotta fight! How were you ever a god of war?
Okay.
You should be better than this! Was hoping to see your blade. Guess they don't come when you call.
Different magic, dude.
You spit on my son's memory. I can't believe they lost to you. That's for magic. Sorry about your statue, Tyr, you preachy old stiff. If you're not fighting dirty, you're not fighting.
Understood.
Afraid to get your hands dirty?
What
Did my son die to blind fucking luck?
Nope.
Dumbass!
Yeah, Kratos, that actually was kind of dumb.
Become a daddy, get a clean slate. That ain't how it works. You're a destroyer, like me.
What?
Oh no. I say when we're done.
Oh, that was required. Okay.
I'm not leaving till I see the real you. Get up! Your son struck first! Good! Stop holding back! Let me see the monster inside!
Oh, what the?
You warmed up yet? This is the god that murdered a pantheon because they hurt his feelings?
No, actually, it was because Zeus tried to betrayed us. Oh, jeez.
put him last, even in death. The fuck you say? Modi sought us in fear of you. He died of the wounds you gave him. Oh, we got a model father here.
Yeah, I was gonna. Actually, no. Atreus stabbed him in the throat. What are you talking about, Kratos?
This feels familiar. What? Don't matter. I could give a hot shit about your fatherly advice. I want to see the God of War. No way, my boy, smell to this. Show me who you are.
Oh! What the?
This is the man who faced down Sigrun, the Valkyrie Queen.
Yes. Yes, it is. Oh, jeez.
This is the foreign god that best controls her. Let the God of War out! Let me see him!
Fine. You want God of War? Fine.
Now we're talking! Clever won't beat me!
Clever better beat you, because otherwise I'm out of options. What the? There we go. What the? Oh, what the?
I see why my sons fell to you. Even this lesser version of you. But I am not my sons. And your boy, Allfather, has plans for him.
Do we get full Spartan rage for this?
There's the God of War. Consider your blood debt paid. Be seeing ya.
Told you he'd make it.
Kratos!
What?
It's Sindri and Brock. That was quite a fight. Can we...
Oh, now! Odin is with Atreus.
Oh, no. I'll go get a gateway ready.
Come on, then. Ain't a long walk.
Okay, I pressed the button to view codex and did not view codex. Kill raiders, bronze here. This is so weird that I had to go into here, by the way. That's really weird. Currency. Forged iron. Lower tier armors. Runic energy. Once capable of moving the land itself. Interesting. Thor. There are many differences between Thor and his brother Balder. Balder fought wildly his motivation to inflict pain. Thor is calmer. His bloodlust is for the fight itself, not for the suffering it inflicts. The full force of his attack is as heavy as any I have felt. That the hammer Mjolnir only compounds his power. Each blow echoes with the death and destruction they have wrought together. He chose to end our fight prematurely. It is good for both of us that it did not reach its conclusion.
Well, good to see you making new friends. Ain't that Mjolnir pack a punch? You know we made that hammer, right?
Yeah, you told us. Also, you're...
I know that. Wasn't ever sure you were listening. At least it was good to see the axe hold her own. Kind of the point, after all.
Yep. Interesting that this is Kratos' journal now, by the way, instead of Atreus's. Unique resources. Oh, that's the... okay. Huh, Atreus... not Atreus, but, Brock and Sindri aren't mentioned.
This'll get you home.
Hey, one last thing there, Tiny. If you got Aesir at your door, then I reckon your protection stave's busted. Once you chase Odin off, you got another place to lay your head tonight? And I don't mean that talky fella.
I will not abandon my home.
Oh yeah? And what's to stop the all-fucker from spying on you? Or Raven pecking your house to splinters while you're asleep in it? Nothing, that's what. You go get your boy, and I'll speak to a certain someone about putting you up at his place in a pinch.
You mean Sindri? Can I jump?
Hey, get away from there! I told you never step off the path, didn't I? Practically the first and only rule around here.
Yeah, this is a long path home. What? Also, that's how we found the Tower to Jotunheim, dude. Kick the door in.
Brother!
I was about to look for you.
Are you hurt?
Are you?
What of Odin?
What does he want?
To, pay for the roof. And he invited me to Asgard.
Did he? I couldn't hear once he went outside.
I told him no. Obviously.
Good. Why were you searching for Tyr?
And when were
If
you
I told
searching?
you I was looking for him, you would have said not to.
So you hid the truth. From me.
I wanted to tell you. I really did, but now that you know, there's something you should see.
No.
Just trust me, you'll want to.
Trust! You have broken my trust.
Then let me regain it. Let me show you what I found. Besides, we haven't seen the last of Odin. Or Thor. And
Yeah,
clearly they
that's
can
true.
just walk in and blast holes in our home whenever they want. There's only one way to get them off our backs. And I think I know how. Sir.
Grab the blade. Yeah, grab your blades.
Show me. Gather your things.
Don't forget the magical chisel and the realm piece and the realm tear thing, or the realm travel stone thingy. Armor and equipment improves gear up. Armor and equipment improves stats like defense to help Kratos survive, strength and strength to do more damage. Equip gear before heading out. So 3 and 6 versus 5 and 3. Armor from the 9 realms, sturdiest. From the husks of some of the sturdiest creatures in all the 9 realms, provides the maximum coverage, increasing their defense. Additional movement around joints construction allows user to swing their weapon with more force, increasing their and its cutoff. Kratos' stats increased. It was time to customize the Leviathan at. Oh, I had to do this one at a time. Jeez. Okay. Stats overlay is. Hold on. I had to press. Okay, it's triangle. Steel handles, don't have anything else for that. Don't have anything else for that. I can upgrade Spartan Rage. Oh, shoot. Shoot, hold on. I didn't...
Are you ready? Go.
I accidentally only equipped a chest piece. We're taking the coin!
And keep the change, you bastard!
Oop. Armor. Wrist armor. Oh, I only have those as options. Okay.
Where are we going?
The old temple in the Wildwoods.
Why?
It'll be easier to explain once we're there.
Okay.
Did Odin say anything else while you were outside?
Yeah. He said he doesn't care about Jotunheim anymore. That the giants can keep their secrets. He's averted Ragnarok his own way. You think he knows all the giants are dead?
I'm more concerned that it no longer matters to him. What's he up to?
Yeah, that's weird.
What happened here? So close to home.
Are raiders warring with one another now?
Those are not their arrows. Something else is out here.
Freya, right? Or is it just like draugrs or something?
More over here. And fresh. Did they all get in while the stave was down?
That, or Odin cocked up the protection spell altogether.
What do you see?
Just animal tracks.
Which means we need to be on the lookout for.
Almost to the bridge. Oh, guess the bridge gave out. Gonna need another path to the temple.
Why would you come out this way alone, lad?
I had dreams calling me here.
Dreams.
What?
Hey, try using your blades to pull this down.
I did that, but I guess I did the wrong. But I did the wrong button input.
Whoa.
I guess.
That one's still alive.
No. Look closer.
Hell Raiders now? Who's doing this?
Suppose it's too much to hope that an enemy of theirs is a friend of ours.
Should have warned me.
Always be prepared for a fight, boy. Your standard stag-styled raider, only dead, and far more dangerous for it. And relentless, frenzied, rageful creatures, lighting them on fire should help calm them down.
Seriously, who'd be stringing up raiders like that?
That's a good question.
Hold.
Whoa! Bloody hell, brother. What was that?
Something strong and dangerous. Be on guard.
Oh yeah, being all the way on guard. There's the temple now. Just need to find a way around.
You know what? Let's go this way.
Right side!
Whatever it is, it works fast.
Are we about to fight the Norse god of death or something like that? Or the Aesir god of death, whatever. I don't actually know too much about Norse mythology, so.
Behind you!
Ow!
When did this bridge collapse?
Oh, a while ago. Wasn't me.
I guess it's good that it wasn't you, Atreus. Oh, wait, this is just stuff I can buy, right? Yes, I can. Is this a firebomb thingy? Appearing grapple, blazing surge. Oh, press R2. And for Atreus, Procrastinating for longer. Occasionally appears above. Impress you will jump off and fire a volley of arrows. Draws enemy aggression. That seems incredibly helpful.
Remember when I said there was someone who might help us get answers about the giants and Loki?
You mean Tyr, the old god of war in these lands, who is dead?
Well, for a dead man, Odin seemed pretty keen on seeing he wasn't found.
Right? He knows Tyr could unite the realms against him. Plus, Tyr was the giants' greatest ally. So...
Enough.
I mean, it makes sense. Can I break that? I can.
Still putting up offerings to Odin. I don't think he cares.
Oh, those are offerings to Odin.
Look out! Nista!
Well, they return from the dead rather quickly, don't they?
Behind!
So I need to go get lower. I guess I just have to go this way for it though.
That pillar wasn't in the way last time I came.
Hold on a second, Atreus. I'm confused about things, because, there's definitely a way to go down, like, right here. Oh, can I just do this? Okay, yeah, I just do this. That's a, yeah, I like the better movement.
Like I was saying, Tyr was an ally to the giants. So he'd be on our side if we find him. And if anyone might know who I'm supposed to be, it's him. If he's out there, we gotta find him. How can we not?
Those are many ifs, Atreus. What do you know?
You'll see soon.
Yeah, that's... Oh. Wait. Hold on. Ah, so this was the secret foot thing. I mean, obviously I know from the trailers that Tyr is alive and somewhere.
What do you think?
Can't imagine what the lad's found, but he says he has evidence. We've come this far. Let's see it.
Many dead here.
We should keep moving.
Flame Whiplash. Mash triangle to charge up the blades of Chaos. Chaos Fire. Follow up with R1 or R2.
Too late.
Father, use your blades!
Burn them! Behind you! Watch out! Behind you! Incoming! Nista!
There we go.
Fire! Right flank!
Behind you!
Whew. That was a lot of enemies. Oh, interesting that they gave a different icon for the Sport and Rage meter. Well, that's clearly the path forward. Wait a minute. That lady was alive that entire time. Because that's the cliff that I found that money on. That's actually hilarious. They could have just not. She could have just not attacked us and survived.
Isn't it nice how Fimbulwinter wore down all that helpful magic we acquired? Yet somehow new terrors only flourish. As if on cue. Nicely done.
We climb.
Oop.
On it.
Nope, not yet, not yet. Atreus.
Kill Winterman.
Yup, you got it. Wonder who they mean.
Kill Winterman. The runes appear to be the work of raiders, but I do not know the Winterman. Their attacks have increased of late. Perhaps he's the source of their agitation. Oh, that's neat that that Kratos has learned how to read. Hi. I am not even giving this lady the chance. Level 3? No thank you. Well, I tried.
Ah, he has gotten rather good at that.
Yeah, it's nice to see that they've kind of grown.
Yet another grisly scene.
Oh, jeez.
Nista!
Why does Atreus get so little experience compared to us? I guess I should take this.
I've seen my share of bloodshed, but this is an awful lot for one more.
Ah!
Brother!
Father!
No, you don't!
A stalker! On your guard, brother! I think we found our predator!
Shield is broken and will not
Your
block.
shield's busted, brother! Just keep your feet moving, yeah?
Boards are glowing! Might be a weak point!
I'm just doing this. What is happening? Oh, right, I can't parry. I'm stupid.
That just bloody tears it. Fimbulwinter Freya, the raiders, Thorn Odin barging in, and now stalkers preying in our woods. This is no safe haven anymore.
Huh. So we have our first, like, runic, Winter's Bite. Or must last around the life than Ats. Oh, I like that we can preview what the upgrades will do. Unable to block attacks. Runic attacks give attack gems give Kratos access to light and heavy runic attacks. They're slotted into his weapons. We literally just did this game. What do you mean? Also, I call massive shenanigans that broke the Guardian's shield after we literally fell from the top of the mountain, landed on Tyr's Bridge, and and using the Guardian shield to block it, or to block the damage.
Thor damaged it, but now
Perhaps the dwarves could take a look at it.
That is not true at all. We were able to use that. We were able to use that before.
Come on, we
now.
can get in this way.
If they wanted to make it seem like Thor damaged it, they should have made it unusable after encountering Thor.
Why are we here, Atreus?
Okay. You remember all those shrines we found, telling the stories of giants? How the panel on the left would be their origin, and the panel on the right would be their fate?
Yes. We found many. I have seen them.
Well, there's more to them than we realized.
Well, give me a second here, Atreus. I am curious. Why does this exist? Ah, that's why. What? Hey? Ah. Well, that was worthless. Hold on, how do I... Is it still... Okay, yes, it is still the same input for light and heavy runic attacks. It's still the bumpers, both bumpers at the same time for light. Hello.
Well, the collapsed pillar is new, but the shrine is just on the other side.
Things collapsing on a regular basis in these parts.
Winter wears down all things, even stone.
How do I get into here, though? It's gonna be a thing of...
That should help. Did something give? Over on the right?
Ah, here's what I'm looking for.
How do you always know how to find those?
I use my eyes a little bit, Atreus.
There we go. Come on.
I'm sure I can figure it out. Oh, there we are. Ow.
You watching?
Huh?
Well, that's new.
Come on.
Atreus, wait!
Yeah, I don't think he's waiting.
Well, I wish it would have given me the option. I guess we're gonna get spat back out, but then I have to remember that treasure chest.
What is this, lad? Where are we?
Somewhere only giants were meant to see. These shrines tell their stories to the world. But it turns out the real stories, the secret stories, those they kept here, inside. You remember the story of Skull and Hati? The wolf giants? Odin captured them because he thinks it'll help him control when Ragnarok starts.
I remember.
But that's not the whole story. See, this shows the giants setting Skull and Hati free.
They're free? Is this the past or the future?
Depends when you're looking at it.
Spoken like a giant.
See? The wolves are safe. Somewhere in Vanaheim.
Not the first place Odin would look, I suppose.
There they are, chasing the sun and moon.
Old habits.
Until, look, the moon gets stolen. Somehow.
Atreus.
See? Hati's got nothing to chase.
And they say celestial theft is a victimless crime.
Not totally sure who this is, but someone comes along and rescues the moon. And then, the moon blocks out the sun.
A total eclipse. Haven't seen one of those in 100 winters.
But then they chase an arrow, and things go back to normal.
What does any of this have to do with...
We're coming to that.
So you think we might find where Tyr is in
Look,
one of these other
here's
shrines.
Ragnarok. Do you see who's leading the armies against Odin? That's Tyr. If he's gonna be around at Ragnarok, that means he's gotta be alive. Right?
Mimir, can this be?
Odin told me he killed Tyr, and he trusted me at the time, or so I thought.
What if he didn't kill him? What if he's just had him locked up somewhere all this time?
We are back to ifs. Enough.
Wait,
We are going home.
wait! I have one more thing to show you. It's just out here.
Is it the treasure chest from before? Because I'm really salty that they threw me into this cutscene without giving me the option to get it. I literally saw the path.
What is this?
Everything I found. Well, almost everything.
That's giant craftsmanship. You've been to Jotunheim again?
No, I found it in one of the other shrines.
Other shrines. How many have you visited?
Well, all of them? All the ones I could still get to in Midgard anyway. I don't know what it is, but it's important. Just like all this. When I was inside one of the shrines, I saw an image of Tyr imprisoned, but I couldn't tell where. There are hints inside the other shrines. They mention black smoke and the bleeding earth, but we could never figure out exactly.
We?
Yeah, Sindri's been helping me. Look, I talked him into it. It wasn't his idea. I just needed someone to watch my back.
Black smoke.
Black smoke.
Bleeding earth.
Is it
Prison be in
Hades?
Muspelheim.
Unlikely. Odin's got no presence to speak of in the primordial realms. But the Bleeding Earth? Sounds like a mine, aye.
The realm of the dwarves, perhaps.
Svartalfheim, that's a good bet. Their mines did belch black smoke, and Odin's had his thumb on the dwarves for a very long time.
That's it then. Tyr's in Svartalfheim somewhere, imprisoned in a mine. So?
Yes, in a realm of dwarves, which are stereotypically miners and blacksmiths, we had to find a mine.
This way.
Lad, even if we consider looking for Tyr, how do you have us getting to Svartalfheim? You know Odin's had all travel between realms locked up tight.
Sindri said he had an idea or two about that.
Sindri is full of ideas.
None of which are good, I'm assuming. Skull and Hati are considered friends. Of all the stories Mimir told us of the giants, this is among the most difficult to believe. Giant wolves with the power to chase day into night and back again, yet the secrets Atreus uncovered within their shrine revealed they are alive. And perhaps then so is Tyr. The stalker that ambushed us has broken my shield. She was a formidable huntress that fought well. I must alter my defensive strategy now that I do not have the ability to block. At least we will be mentally prepared if we encounter another stalker.
Huh. Ground looks kind of cracked there.
Alright, boy.
There's a shortcut this way. Remember when we fought our first troll out this way?
I remember you lost control.
We must tread carefully, brother. Danger is close.
Oh,
You okay fighting without a shield?
It is not my first time.
Yeah, it's definitely not. He did not have a shield at all in the Greek saga. The closest thing he had was the Golden Fleece in God of War 2 and 3, but the Golden Fleece breaks at the end of 3. Zeus destroys it, if I remember correctly.
What's under there?
Ah, back to smashing through things for fun and profit. Lovely.
Quiet, Mimir. Excuse me.
Mimir, did you hear of Odin's offer?
To the lad? Not much. They stepped outside. But he told us about it. I wouldn't worry.
What about the things he did not tell us?
So yeah, I mean, Atreus lost control, but that was a long, long time ago. It's burning enemies deal damage. Okay, oh, interesting. Ooh, this. Definitely want this. And this as well. I have to use these in combat to level them up. That's... I guess that makes sense. Oh, wrong way.
No!
Oh, I forgot. However, I can still parry, apparently.
Behind!
Nista!
On your left!
Brother, there's no walking without your shield!
Raider Chief. Raider Chiefs adopt the strength of the mighty Ots for their field, yeah. And visually speaking, it's quite obvious. Massive hulking forms that can weaponize nearly every part of their body should they throw their weight behind it. According to Raider tradition, chiefs are chosen through several days and nights of combat trials. Only the strongest of warriors are even given the chance, and by the end of the trials, most, if not all, of the contestants are dead, including the winner. Due to drastically dwindling numbers, I think they may have changed their methods. Makes sense. I seeing ravens around, but I don't... Like, I don't know if there's anything for us to do with them.
Almost home.
Brother, a word. Don't hold the lad's curiosity against him. It goes with being young.
And also a god.
We learned obedience.
And is that what you wish for him? Brother, he's going to walk his own path. If you don't want him walking away from you, then smarten up and walk with him a while.
If we could find a way to open roam travel to Svartalfheim, I bet there'd be all sorts of useful equipment for us to...
Enough. We will go.
Really?
But if we do not find Tyr, you will abandon your search. For good.
All right. You won't be sorry.
Some other rats there.
Kratos! Over here!
Sindri?
Sindri!
As I live and breathe, is that Atreus? It's been so long. How you've grown.
Look.
Oh, yeah.
Well, if you'll follow me.
I already know.
Brock mentioned you needed somewhere safe to spend the night, and I believe your favorite dwarves can help you out with that. We're still your favorite dwarves, right?
You're still the only dwarves we know.
I'll take it.
I was about to say.
After you, my friends.
Where are we going?
The cleanest cabin in all the 9 realms. And I'd prefer it to stay that way. Not looking at anyone in particular. Kratos. After that Thor incident, we thought we should make up some rooms, till you can figure out your next moves. Nearly there.
I will say, I wish the trackpad just would just hotkey to would hotkey to the map.
As you can see, we've settled here in the realm between realms. It's nothing much, but it's safe from Fimbulwinter, safe from Odin's eyes. And you really can't beat the view if you're into shimmering gray voids.
That's amazing, Sin. We have a plan to talk to you about, actually.
Intriguing.
I can't move. What? I also can't equip weapons. Which I guess means I should never expect combat here, but I should always expect combat because it's a God of War game.
Come in! Now, if you would just wipe your feet very thoroughly, I'll wait. You're not gonna wipe your feet, are you? Okay then, your bedrooms are there, the kitchen is just over there. Anybody need a snack? Kratos? Snack?
I do not need a snack.
What we need is your help getting to Svartalfheim so we can try and rescue Tyr.
To Tyr? Alive? I mean, that's... What?
It's okay. I told him everything.
Everything?
You aided my son in disobeying me.
No, I kept an eye on him. On your behalf. Nothing risky. Everything very safe. Somebody else speak.
What's important right now is that we try and open up travel between realms
Is it
again.
really just a
You said you know a way?
Yes, I do. It's just a lot of mud.
Then why haven't you opened the way already, man?
Well, to be frank, there was something we needed your help with.
Oh! The Holder brothers finally require the services of the smartest man alive.
That's it precisely.
Hey! Not so fast. How'd that get in here? What the hell is it anyway?
That is my son.
Well, what in all yarns me that happened to him? He's too damn tall now. It looks like that.
He aged.
I blame you. Well, come on then. Let's get him something that fits at least.
He's just getting older, you dark prat. Didn't you ever have an awkward phase in your youth?
Hey.
I suppose what's done is done. But you'll be putting your foot down from now on if you know what's good.
Oh, he's trying. Believe me.
All right, let's gear you fuckers up before you go off gallivanting.
Begin with this.
Busted up good. Wouldn't you rather I just whip you up a new one?
It is important to me.
Well, I'll see what I can do. In the meanwhile, how about I fix you up with something to get you by?
Come to the Holder Brothers shop. Craft and upgrade armor, weapon attachments, and items using collected resources. View different shop services using the bottom nav bar. So we have weapons. Brock has enough materials to forge a new shield and navigate to the shields menu.
I only got materials to make one of these in the here and now. You bring me more resources, we'll see what we can do.
So... absorbing attacks and striking back. High risk, high reward parries. I guess if I don't like one of them, I can just craft the other one. I'll go with the parry shield for now. Shield crafted for a warrior focused on their foes' intentions, not for the faint of heart. Oh, I'm so glad I bought this. 4 slag deposits? Are you kidding me? Kratos' ability to block is now restored. Now it's time to get Atreus some armor. Sorry, my screen is partially blocked by, like, a water bottle. Armor tab. Companion armor.
If the kid's gonna insist on getting taller, best make a habit of swinging in for new duds.
Indicated with a hammer. Kratos' new armor. This will be one of their finest works. What does this do, though? So this is... Holy crap, wait, what?
Found some items you left behind, tossed them in the chest. What would you do without me?
I'm gonna go look around.
Items you may have
Check out my
after
room.
rigorous battling.
Tell Sindri when you're ready.
Brock. The dwarven blacksmith Brock was the first ally we encountered when we set out for the mountain's peak. He and his brother Sindri made the Leviathan axe for Faye, and that has been our common bond. Brock is blunt with a foul tongue, but there is wisdom in his bluster. I find him acceptable company.
Thank you.
And how's life been treating everyone's favorite Azure Vulgarian?
The fuck you call?
Darkdale. Enemy while in Spartan Rage restores some rage and health. I guess this is Deluxe Edition stuff. I'm curious about the survival stuff though.
Exquisite.
As Frost Awaken causes a Frost Shockwave, and the Refrost awakens the adze. Huh. That's actually really good. And it's just way better than what we're currently using. So that's Blades of Chaos, Darkdale handles. Burn Shockwave increases burn status.
What'll it be? Looks like Thimblewinter's been hard on our girl. Give her here. She's overdue for some Brock love.
Oh, we have a frozen there are so many frozen flames. What the heck?
Keep her sharp and she'll keep you alive.
We need Chaos Flames. Holy crap, there's so many Chaos Flames as well. Oh, you know what? It's probably 4 to upgrade this. Potions might jump us to 16 and 11. So that just gives us... Honestly, I feel like having the fortified husk. Belt of Might. Yeah.
Hey! Where's the armor I made you?
I used it.
I busted my shapely hunkers, forging every manner of breastplate and pauldron in all of creation. And yet now you stand before me, 2 steps from butt-ass naked. Maybe this go-round use it a little more carefully, huh?
I will not.
We'll get the husk arm guards.
Damn! Am I good or what?
Very good.
I think we'll upgrade Armor Crutch with the utmost care and dedication. Oh, is this the armor he was talking about? Costs 1,000. How? That is insane that this thing can go all the way up to level 9. I don't know why you would ever need to go that high, unless there's just not that many armor pieces in the game. I'll upgrade one.
You won't get so much as a paper cut in that.
So now we have a good bit of defense. We have parrying. We have.
Wait! Those stairs will not support you. Please don't break my house.
Okay. So the reason I did mixing and matching with armor.
Come see.
Is
I guess this is where they store the food.
To give us a bit more.
Nice to have options if I wake up hungry.
Why? You were over there. Oh, that's Sindri.
Finding everything all right, I hope?
How do we unlock the realms?
We'll just need something from back at the workshop. Follow me, and be sure to bring the head. So, where exactly is Tyr being held?
He's imprisoned in a mine somewhere. That's all we know so far.
That's all we suspect. Yeah, ooh, this increases our rage gain. What does this do, though? Because this looks like it's just cosmetic. Oh, interesting. Professors have high luck chance to increase Kratos' strength and stagger resistance for duration. Oh, and we unlock. Okay, so unlocking.
The realm is full of mines, you realize. You'll need help narrowing it down. Oh, you should talk to Durlin.
Who's Durlin?
He's a cousin of ours, sort of. Works for the city on safety issues. Should have access to all kinds of information on mines. And I know he's no friend of Odin. That's why your mother sought his help when she was trying to whip up a rebellion. Ready?
A rebellion?
Huh? When did this happen?
I did not.
A rebel leader who knew Mom. Sounds like exactly what we need.
I think you missed the ta-da. Well, never mind. I'll have this oiled up in no time. Meet you at the gateway outside.
Rebel leader? Durlin? If that ain't giving a hound a haircut.
Huh?
And you just remember things however they pop into your bean, don't you? I suppose you think Durlin's just counting the days until a couple of strays show up looking for trouble.
What do you mean, Brock?
Will he help us or not?
No, never mind. It ain't old Brock's place to cast aspersions on my relations. This smudge sponger notwithstanding.
Ignoring you.
Fine. Go darken Durlin's door. See for yourself how it goes. Just be warned, he's not the friendly sort of dwarf folk you're used to. He's cranky as all get out. And he talk funny, too.
Sounds like a true study in contrast.
You hear that?
I heard a squirrel. Oh, I can equip my weapons.
Are those some kind of dragons? They're so far, I can't tell how big they are.
How is anything alive here? It's the realm between realms. Okay, I can't climb down. Well, I don't like that we can... equip our weapons here now.
We'll just need the Bifrost in the head. Brock, do the touching.
Oh, this would be the part requiring my assistance then.
You said it. This device here has been crafted to your measurements. It'll help you get a better look at the problem with those Bifrost eyes of yours.
So, do I control this thing somehow then?
Oh, no. This is just to hold you in place while we shine this light in your eyes.
Oh, Cindy, you sodding bastard!
Open now! I was really hoping not to use the eyelid clamps.
Do it! Oh!
That's it! Good! Now, release!
Still unpleasant.
That's our cue. Come on, hurry!
I'm coming! Grassfalker's eggs, man! What was that for?
You'll see soon enough. Just there! That should do it. See? No permanent damage.
I'll show you permanent damage, you wee fuck! Kratos! Throw me at him! Horns first! If you takes a joke, you old goat!
The Bifrost is broken.
Now that we've reconfigured these gateways to use Yggdrasil seeds, you won't need a travel table or a Bifrost lamp anymore.
I also used it for light.
Okay, good note. I'll figure something out, but first, come on, let me show you how it works. Okay, aim your key at the rune for Svartalfheim on the right, then concentrate.
Yggdrasil realm seeds unlock access to new mystic gateways. Shine the light of Yggdrasil on Svartalfheim. Press X when hovering over the wetlands mystic gateway to travel to Svartalfheim.
This should take you to the wetlands outside Nidavellir City. Just make your way to the town square and ask for Durlin at the tavern.
You sure they'll know him at the tavern?
Durlin's always been an inveterate inebriate. I suppose he might have completely changed, but in my experience,
Did you want to come with us?
Oh,
I can't
might
actually
drop
throw
in,
my
but
hands
the
at him.
wetlands are moist, and the Grim are everywhere. Hostile, slimy, foul-smelling creatures. But good luck.
What are the Grim?
Thanks. Wait, what?
I said good luck.
I guess we're gonna find out the hard way what they are. Raven.
Whoa, do you feel that?
What's that, lad?
Anything, everything. It's warm.
Oh, they still have the same Odin Ravens as before, I guess? Okay, yeah, the Odin Ravens are the big green dwarves.
spy.
Eyes of Odin. I killed all of those last time before. What a 48. Odin has had his eyes on us since we began our journey some time ago. Killing these ravens and blinding the Allfather will only aid us on our path.
We can probably use his boat. If I can just get it free.
Careful, lad.
Ah! Why are these things so fast?
More enemies! Left side!
Lisa!
Behind you! Look out!
I see we're already off to a lively start.
Atreus, you dropped your guard.
I got the boat free, though. We can head through these channels when you're ready.
Well, first
What's
off,
the chain in the water for?
That'd be a dwarven supply ferry. Said ferry appears to be missing.
Huh.
why don't we pull the... Ah, yes, I am Kratos, badassly holding nothing. Is it just gonna, like... Does it come back? Yes, it does. Like, is that not the ferry on the other side there? Why don't we just pull the chain? Oh, interesting. So this is a very large area, it seems. We already have a basic idea of stuff that we're looking for here, too. Wait, how many ravens was it here? 13? Jeez.
I still can't believe Mom led a whole rebellion here against Odin and never talked about it.
The fact that it didn't go well might have covered that notion.
What your mother did before we met was her business.
Did you ever ask?
Eyes on the water. There are resources.
That's a no. Oh, does Atreus automatically pick them up, or...?
If you never asked Mom about what she used to do, what did you talk about when you met? Like, did you just say... Woman, guard the house. I will go to catch fish in the river. And then leave for 5 days?
No. Your mother was far better at fishing than I.
Yo, big of Kratos to admit that. These... And let's see...
Did you see that over there?
I did not. I'm certain I was supposed to. Hey, look, a rainbow. That's nice. So does Atreus automatically pick the stuff up? Yes, he does. Awesome. I like this somewhat smarter system of not having to tell Atreus to pick up everything.
I imagine if you can turn it, we should be able to get through.
So these are wetlands, huh? Pretty accurate.
It is a bog.
The smell is making my eyes burn.
You know, it
Probably
is a fair
sulfur.
bit more potent than when I last visited, now that you mention it.
Looks like the path continues on the other side of that geyser.
It's also nice not having to press the button to pick up.
If only we were in
silver.
Midgard. That water'd be frozen in a second.
Ah. One. Is this breakable? Yes. last one, honestly, probably up here. Or I'm just blind? I thought I saw it for like half a second over there.
Looks to be an artifact from the Dwarven Resistance. Raidmar's Brassard, father of a few dwarves you may be well familiar with.
Raidmar's Brassard. Raidmar is known for two things. Firstly, he was one of the great armorers of Faltherhan. Secondly, his sons are all dragons. That's right, Raidmar, father of the dragons, you now know as Regan, Fafnir, and Otur. Wasn't a terribly good father by any measure, unless you directly rate one's paternal ability to the amount of fire their sons can breathe anyway. But damn if he couldn't make a good set of plate mail. Odin wanted him to design the Einarjar's armor. Raidmar obliged. By obliged, of course, I mean built a fatal flaw into the armor that would cause the breastplates to snap like stale bread from the slightest blow.
Rock may be interested in getting these back. Better in his hands than out in the open.
Not that I disagree with that notion, Mimir, but I'm curious why. Elam's apple. Let enough Elam's apple maximum health increased. Huh? What? Oh, this is sorting. Oh, I can do this one. Awesome. There, and oh, I don't have enough hit speed for that one. Darn it. That's what the weapons
That's
don't.
sturdy enough to climb?
Aye, good old dwarven craftsmanship.
Tyr was a friend to the Giants. I wonder if he and Mom ever met. If he was a part of the rebellion here.
It's certainly possible. The God of War often advocated for the Giants. Although I don't recall if he ever declared allegiance outright.
Come on. There's gotta be a faster way to get down there.
Watch your left!
Nista!
Dauntless shield. To L1 with the last second to parry an attack and apply stun. Alright.
Behind!
Oh! That is not a very forgiving window.
On your left!
That did not even do like half of a bar. What? Alright, so I gotta get real good at parrying real quick, it looks like.
Incoming! Right side!
Oh, it does do a lot. Okay.
Nicely done.
Okay, he just jumped off.
Okay, there's gotta be some way to turn the wheel up here.
Yeah, not what I... Didn't realize this was progress, Atreus. Need to... Back it up and go this way. Doubt I'm coming back here, so I might as well grab this rage stone.
Whoa there! Give a man some warning if he's about to suddenly end up snout deep in cheek.
The ground.
Was that an earthquake?
An occasional but not unheard of happenstance in Svartalfheim. With all the mining here, the land's bound to be a wee bit bothered.
Think you can reach the wheel from here?
The blades, yes.
Oh wow, nice job getting it to lower exactly where we need it. I was thinking, because it's so warm, maybe it's not that the cold hasn't made it here yet, but maybe it's just different in Svartalfheim?
Aye, lad. Winter doesn't strike all realms quite the same way.
Weird that Winter doesn't always make it winter.
In Midgard it does, but as you can see, the effects here appear far more gaseous in nature. Observe the geysers. Observe the aforementioned aroma. These effects were present before in some form, but now there's new extremity to them.
Interesting.
Think we can fit under that bridge?
Barely. Actually, no, the boat was clipping through the wood there. Like that last panel, the boat definitely clipped through that. Aegis here. Grab it. Aegis's dew of runic power. Drink from the dew of world tree. Permanently increased our runic by 2, I think it said. Oh, jeez. Well, bye to that guy, I guess, along with his stuff. Up we go.
Hey, father, up there.
Oh. Ah. Good eye, Atreus. Some more hack silver. Let's grab this.
Find anything good up there?
Yes. I didn't expect you to not join me up there. What am I here?
Behind!
There we go. After the weird spin that they do. A dead dwarf here.
Did they cap those geysers?
Looks like it. What's up here, though?
Those things are everywhere.
Why does this area exist, though?
I think we need to get that wheel moving, but the water doesn't reach.
Huh.
Okay, we froze one of those geysers. Is there another one somewhere?
Yeah, it's right there, Atreus, but I'm trying to figure out how to reach it. Like, obviously there's this. Oh, I just, okay.
Yes! The wheel's moving and the gate's coming down.
That's dwarven ingenuity for you.
If the dwarves of this realm are anything like Brock and Sindri, it's hard to imagine them siding with Odin.
Well, all too often people are blinded to all but their immediate self-interest. Odin offered them safety, and defying him can be quite dangerous.
Maybe they just need a couple of gods to come along and take the fight to him.
Atreus, that is not why we are here.
Yeah.
I was only joking.
War is not a joke, especially where gods are concerned.
Yeah, Kratos barely beat Thor, and Thor was like holding back a lot, it felt like. Alright, let's go this way.
Yikes. This place is wrecked. And yes, I am staying alert. There are probably tons of those Grimm around.
While you're not wrong, I definitely hear some. So it's like an up arrow. I need a flag, a B, and an N. Like a capital N. That's the flag. Where is... Oh, this is gonna be a series throughout the entire island. Ah, jeez. There. Oh, jeez. What the? It wasn't letting me do the thing. Ugh, I miss my regenerating health. What is this? How was I supposed to know that was what was gonna happen with that?
Got him!
Yes, at least I have this. Deadly obsidian handles. Handles that feed the chaos that resides in the blades themselves. Felling a foe feeds Spartan rage. Oh, one blood meat. That's some rage increased. Sweet. I'm going to need to utilize that. My rage ability, rather, very soon.
It seems, Atreus, you intend to recruit Tyr as an ally for war.
I'm trying to keep our options open. Let's just keep moving. I'm glad we're out here, exploring a new realm. Maybe we could just try to enjoy the warmth?
But again...
Looks like we gotta find a way to open that gate if we want to get to Nidavellir.
I don't know what that is. I'm guessing it's the Dwarven City. That's alarm? Why does this exist?
It's too fast.
Then how shall we catch it?
Flank it. Attack from behind.
Good.
Oh!
Let's see what it draws.
Armor. Mysterious creature. Mimir tells me it was born from an ember that escaped Surtur's hammer as he worked his forge. The steward of Muspelheim used his bellows to breathe life into the ember, and its first act of existence was to steal and consume the precious metals the smith had been using to forge a weapon. Mimir tried to tell me Surtur found this amusing, whereas Surtur, I would not be amused. I keep forgetting this is Kratos, not Atreus. Oh my gosh, he dropped so much stuff.
Halfway there. There's gotta be another chain to lower the rest of the gate.
Well, duh, it's right here on the other side. Actually, it's probably the water wheel.
Look, there's a chain we can pull up there.
That's their complete bronze tier. Why did Atreus get in these?
Clinging to the wall! We gotta knock it down!
Oh, does Atreus not get experience if he doesn't participate in combat? I guess that makes sense.
Think you can uncover that geyser from here? Oh, I think I get it. If you freeze the geyser, the pressure will turn the wheel.
Okay, I definitely hit that. What do you mean? That stopped underneath the thing.
Nice one. Can you see anything from that block?
That's one of Cavassier's poems. Very highbrow. You should collect any others you find.
Cavassier's poems. 1 of 14. Holy crap. The Sunrise of Nothingness. A story of relentless genius from the mind of Cavassier. Imagine, dear reader, if you so dare, creatures of metal that screech through the air, that swim through the seas that bound across the land, but are brought to their knees by a warrior's hand. Her origins hidden, her hair red as blood, finding places forbidden, buried under the mud. But who is this young girl, who is more than she seemeth, who will rescue her people and slay these behemoths? Oh, wait, that's a treasure chest.
Lad, if I may, what exactly are you hoping to learn from Tyr?
Well, like I said, I was hoping he could tell me something about Loki. I'd also like to hear some of his stories. Traveling to other lands, giant stuff, and maybe about what it was like to fight back in the day. Just for the history, obviously.
History?
Let's hope Tyr's in a talkative mood after being imprisoned for so long. Not all of Odin's captives can be as charmingly voluble as myself.
We have no proof Tyr is truly here.
Right.
Yeah, but we might find a hint about his location.
That earthquake earlier. Do you think there will be another one?
It's unlikely, but geological disturbances tend to be unpredictable.
If the geysers and smell here are worse because of Fimbulwinter, maybe the earthquakes are too?
Aye. Might be onto something, lad.
Atreus, look ahead.
Wow. Now this looks like a city.
Welcome to Nidavellir, brothers.
Hey, dwarves!
Yep.
Oh. They're, running away.
Understandable.
An alarm.
I'd only sound an alarm like that if I still had my body, and was fearing the notion of being detached from it.
Wild that for us, though.
They are scared.
Most definitely an alarm, I'm afraid.
Why is everybody hiding?
Stay alert.
Yeah, it's definitely some kind of like raid siren.
Hey, could we talk to you for
any trouble, please?
There'll be no help, to be sure. Best we find the tavern Sindri mentioned on our own.
The buildings here really are incredible.
The detail in the woodwork is quite extraordinary.
I hit something. Fine, I'll wait till I get closer.
Is that a statue of Odin? They must really love him.
Or fear him.
Sindri!
Hello. I'd return your surprise, but I did know you'd be here. I've got something for you.
What is it?
What is it, dwarf?
You know, I'm glad I came back here at least once before Ragnarok. Oh, if these cobblestones could talk. Then they'd have mouths. Filthy, disgusting mouths.
Get to the point.
Do you mind if I fiddle with your bow? Oh, you are long overdue for a replacement. Taking advantage of certain material. Ow. Structural sensitivity to sonic vibrations has been something I've been meaning to try for quite some time now.
Oh,
thanks
sonic
for
vibrations.
finally trying it. What's it gonna be this time?
Patience. I find it's best to see these things, in action. Whew. There. Oh, take aim at that gate there. But before you loose, say, Skialfa. Skialfa.
I did.
Well, I certainly didn't expect you to disturb half the creepy crawlies in Nidavellir.
How was I supposed to know they were there?
Behind you, brother!
Okay, so, Durlin. Sindri, any idea where the tavern is?
Do I look like I've ever been to a filthy tavern? The sewer you just punched a hole through seems promising, though. For you. It should lead to the other side of the city. It's not like you're able to open other doors around here.
Shopping list. Don't want to hear any more about shortages. Acer got exactly what we need. My work shouldn't have to suffer just because they get off on being withholding. Anyway, and I need barrel of oil, as many bundles of firewood as can be spared, 5 ingots of pure Svartalfheim steel. Oh, yeah, and here, goddamn food to goddamn eat. I guess making it so Kratos could read his things. Ooh, another poem.
Another of Kvasir's poems.
Large society ground orb of the performance. Being a fictional poem by Kvasir, master of all poets. The armies are there like multiple pages to these? There are not. Okay. The army is assembled, 9 warriors strong, well rested and well fed, for the war would be long. The orb in the air, and branches in hand, a swing, a collision, the spectators stand. For 9 nights and 9 days they fight without rest, running and waiting to prove themselves best, until finally, mercifully, the army does rout. One army triumphant, the other struck out.
So this lockdown really is because of us?
Oh my, yes. Odin's grip on this realm is so firm, any outsider is considered a threat.
Sounds like an Odinism if I ever heard one.
At your service.
Resurrection stones can now be purchased. Purchase resurrection stones from the special items tab of the Holder Brothers shop. These one-use stones can revive Kratos from death as long as he is not alone. So I have to grab this. Okay, the first one is free, it looks like. Okay, so the second one, we can only only one resurrection stone can be carried at a time and cannot be activated without.
Till we meet again.
If I upgrade this, so this one, it looks like it takes a bunch of hits, then just deals a ton of damage back.
What can I make for you?
Can I upgrade the waist armor? I totally can.
A good fit.
And then these.
Wear it with pride.
Oh, interesting. I just have take less damage from unblockable attacks and attacks from behind. That's honestly not that useful. Combo finishers have do increased damage as opposed to just stacking. Honestly,
be safe.
Oops. So I could craft this. I'm just gonna have to get good with parrying.
That ought to hurt him.
$8 for that. Actually, I could craft this one as well. Ooh, this gives a cooldown at level 3. Nice.
I am, as always, at your service. Best of luck.
I'm wondering if there's...
Any outsider is considered a threat. Is that to protect the dwarfs?
It sounds like it. But knowing Odin, there's sure to be an ulterior motive.
What? Oh, everyone's hiding on this side too.
Odin's occupation of this realm has its hooks in deep.
But there aren't any guards patrolling. We're clearly not a threat. Why hide?
Resist and you're made an example of.
to keep the rest in line. Self-preservation can outweigh bravery for even the strongest of folk.
Fear keeps them safe and alive.
Tavern's gotta be around here somewhere. Maybe we can try knocking on some doors for directions. Get off Let's just keep moving.
A firebomb from the chief anti-Odin propagandist in Durlin's rebellion. Quite a sharp wit she had until she turned to less subtle means of resistance.
Grape's firebomb. I have many regrets concerning the time I spent in Svartalfheim, but of those regrets, I may think of Grape the most. Grape was a fantastically angry dwarven scribe. Her furious treatises against Odin's financial imperialism might well have spurred the dwarves to outright rebellion had she continued to distribute them. As a wielder of words, she was at least my equal, if not my superior, and her passion and fury commanded the respect of anyone who read her writings. When she took Firebomb in hand and burned Aesir camps to ash, others followed her. Unfortunately, the downside of having a loud and clear voice is that you're very, very easy to find. So is this supposed to be Mimir saying this? $248. Alright, got my evasion moves. Atreus, you still just need a lot of experience for everything. This feels like the way forward. Hold on.
Sorry to bother you.
Stolen something, please bugger off. If you're not stolen something, please kindly bugger off.
Yeah, you'd think after seeing Sindri interact with us, they'd be like, oh, maybe these guys are not evil. Or well. Okay, didn't expect that.
Look, over there.
What are you doing?
Hello?
Tris, I don't know what you're doing. Well, okay, that's very clearly the bar that we're supposed to be looking for, and then this just leads to down there, and then... Oh, I can't break that. Interesting.
Look, over there. Could you maybe...
No! Thank you!
I think we need more special equipment to use this.
Well, can I use my blades to climb up then? As far as I can tell, no. So how do I get over to there? Now this. So these are regular ravens. They're not Odin's ravens, even though we saw more ravens of Odin that were out.
Oh, wow. Sindri wasn't kidding about the structural sensitivity.
Well,
This looks promising, right? Well, that's like a house. If he's here, maybe you should let me do the talking.
You?
Well, we don't want to intimidate him. You're tall as a tree and you have a severed head on your head.
None taken. Fair point, though.
Very well.
Think that's him?
How should we know?
Hello?
Watch yourselves. Apparently, there are intruders about.
Oh, that's us, I think.
Shut up, don't say that, Atreus.
If you're planning on killing me, at least let me finish this song. That alarm was in just the perfect key.
We're just looking for a friend of ours, named Durlin.
Well, we both know that's not true. Durlin's got no friends left. But if that's all you need, head out the back way there, and you'll see the safety office just across the river. Just don't go making trouble for the rest of us. And while you travel through this realm, maybe you could clean up the head's mess?
What mess?
Later, brother.
I wish to hear of this mess.
Rabe, I think. The dwarven proprietor of the tavern in Yulfalthar. Or however that was pronounced. Nithoflir. I don't know how that's remember how it was pronounced. He was forthcoming with Durin's location and also with a bitter anger towards Mimir. His establishment is too small and unwelcoming. I hope he is a better musician than he is a barkeep.
The rig's in the bay. Why don't you ask the condescending skull?
Head, I've got skin. But he's right. I made a mistake. I'd have us shut them down.
In service of Asgard. Where does this take me? It takes us real far. It was this way, right? Yes.
Sorry, one more thing. Although, these are gifts I'm giving to you, so I shouldn't be sorry and you should be thankful. Anyways, here, please be careful.
It's beautiful. Thanks, Sindri.
It is beautiful, isn't it? It's also very useful. You'll be able to find anything your heart desires with it.
Really?
As long as your heart desires the locations your father and you decide and plot to travel together, then yes.
It is a compass.
Ah, but a beautiful compass. Now scamper off.
Okay, but what about the light from the Bifrost? Compass and map. The Dwarven compass and map can guide creators to objectives. Press the left side of the touchpad to jump to the map. Oh, that's actually really useful. Track locations by pressing. And then side panels, yeah.
Come. A boat cannot be far.
Huh. Earlier, Sindri made it sound like Durlin was some sort of rebellion leader. Doesn't sound like anyone's following.
Was being the key word here, little brother.
Wait, this is the left. Is it? Did I swipe left on the touchpad then? Is it the right side? I'm literally pressing as far left as the touchpad as I can on the touchpad, and it doesn't. Okay, center goes to the touchpad for some reason. Or center on the touchpad goes to the thingy for some reason. Hello, stuff. Hello, more stuff. Take note, everyone. This is why you do not leave your doors unlocked. Because a God of War will sneak into your house and steal all your money.
I saw a dock back there. Maybe there's a boat we can use to get to Durlin's.
Maybe. Ooh. Niflheim.
There's a building just past these rocks behind me. Maybe we should head that way.
I see it.
Ugh, those bloody mining rigs.
What about them?
The Skald is right to blame me for them. They were my idea. If you've got the time, they're in the bay just beyond this tunnel.
I mean, I feel like we have nothing but time at this point. Ooh,
I particularly appreciate us checking out the mining rigs in the lake to the right. You can see the smokestacks from here.
But if you don't want to explore now, it looks like Durlin's place is through that open gate to the left. So, which way do we go? We could prepare more before rescuing Tyr. Up to you.
We're absolutely gonna prepare more before we try to rescue Tyr. Apparently increase his cooldown by 2. He just doesn't do cooldown.
Mimir, are you really the one who had those rigs built?
Odin wanted the dwarves under his control, and, well, I convinced him he could buy their allegiance instead of demanding it outright. A trade agreement of sorts.
Slide deposits, good. More slide deposits, awesome.
Father, is it always moral to kill something that's trying to kill you?
Yes.
Well,
I mean, it's self-defense. It's self-defense, so don't worry about it at that point. Maybe, you know, draw the line a little bit when it comes to, like, former allies like Freya. Try to spare her, you know, try to not kill her if we can.
Taking a break before visiting Durlin? Very wise. He can be... a lot. Whatever you need.
Ugh, there's new armor. Great. And this increases my vitality by a lot. And it also just starts at level 2. Built from the mining rigs, okay.
By the way, if you're headed to the mining rigs in the bay, could you bring me any slag you find? I could use the material for my crafting.
I can't believe I missed that. Make sure this is unlocked.
One of the mining rigs is here?
See the smoke above us? That's where we're headed. Let's see if we can't shut it down.
Oh, there it is.
Wow, there's a lot to explore here. Kinda nice to be out of Midgard for a bit, huh?
Keep your guard up, boy. No, I can't believe that damaged me.
Poison left side! Nicely done.
Did he live? What?
Nightmare.
Got him!
That works. Oh.
Incoming! Above you!
Oh, jeez.
Nightmare on the left!
Gotcha.
Grim, push the pie! Lock him down!
Why are there there's a lot of enemies here. What the heck?
Poison at your back! One left.
Where? Right there.
The rig's likely chock-a-block with materials that could help us. I'd grab whatever it spits up in the process.
I will grab as much as I can from there. Climbing the ladder. Today was a good day, my love. The Aesir Overseer complimented my output, nearly double that of the second most productive dwarf. I asked him if he might mention my name to the great family in Asgard. Perhaps they might need a personal blacksmith for the warriors of Valhalla, and he said he would. Life is a stairway, and every day I haul myself up another step. If I can keep my head down and please the Overseer, I am certain that this next season we'll be living a warmer, easier life in the halls of Asgard.
Go.
So why can't I jump this gap? Like enough? Yes. Oh, what the? Not what I meant to do. Collected 1 of 2 to increase maximum health. Interesting. So it looks like it's gonna be 1, then 2, then 3, then probably 4, then Actually, I'm not sure what the pattern's gonna end up being.
If the dwarves agreed to the deal with Asgard, why do they blame you?
I talked them into their own exploitation.
They made their choice.
Work or die is not a
Ethelflair's finest armor. We get the ore from the mining raids
I
and crap.
only made it seem so. What you just picked up there is pure Svartalfheim ore. It won't be of use in the rig anymore, but perhaps our Huldra brothers could craft something from it.
Was there any reason for coming this way then? Does not look like it.
Mir, what's the deal with Odin's ravens? They can just transport him anywhere?
Except for the realm between realms, thankfully.
Why?
Harder to find, thanks to dwarven enchantments and Yggdrasil's very own nature.
Lucky us.
Yeah, lucky us indeed. Oh, I hear a raven.
No, it's still here.
What?
The island near the geyser. We need to get the key from it and unlock this door. I need to set right a very old wrong. Bloody Draugr holes! We've got to clear out those undead bastards!
Oh, jeez!
You're on fire! But you probably already know that.
Yes, I am very much aware, boy.
Won't be hearing any more from those Draugr.
Oh, are you kidding me? That was born from fire. Draugr. It can be hard to picture when faced with a charging, startling mass of fire and rock, but all Draugr were once human. Some were glory-hungry warriors who fell in battle. Others were humble farmers trying to defend their homes from bandits and other rabble. A common thread that sealed their fates was an inability to yield even in death. Not even the promise of Valhalla or Folklangir could tempt them into letting go. Instead, they fought the Valkyries that came to collect their souls. Pure stubbornness and rage kept them bound to the lands where they fell, their bodies twisting into the nasty forms we know today. All their humanity is gone, and all that remains is an insatiable need to fight. Draugr fight with dangerous weapons, but aren't terribly skilled with them. Watching their movements should make it fairly simple to dodge or block their attacks. These basic Draugr aren't notably fast or strong, so your basic arsenal moves should suffice. Block, dodge, cut the undead buggers to ribbons. How am I supposed to track that? Are you kidding me? Oh, it just passed overhead. He said something about an island? Oh. Okay. Have to wait a little bit longer. Got it.
Raising down.
Cursed imprints handles. Huh. Blaze hit grants an increase of strength or runic. And honestly, I'll just take the upgrade.
A prisoner. Of sorts.
Oh, I had to open the door before I can do that. Okay. No, he said island.
Is
The
that
island.
pure Spartle fine slag? Give it here. I'm here for you.
I mean, it is.
I'll disinfect my tools.
Stun carving an enemy grabs a health burst.
Nothing appeals to you?
Not currently. Oh, maybe that was the island he was talking about up there.
How did these rigs come to be?
I had them built to harvest ore for armaments. Essentially harnessing resources that would otherwise go to the dwarves.
You think shutting these things down will help the dwarves become independent?
I don't know, but I have to try something.
Is this where your key is?
The key to that watchtower door should be on this island somewhere.
Target down!
Right on the left!
So many wretches. Where are they coming from?
Red, left flank!
Where are they coming from?
Incoming!
Where are they coming from?
Oh, they keep coming out of that net! You gotta handle that net so they won't stop coming!
Yeah, that was a lot of enemies, I'll tell you. I'll definitely agree with that. Can I break the... Okay, I don't think I can. So... There's definitely a boss guarding this key, right?
The ground looks weak down here, Father. That gear. Looks like it would freeze.
Yep.
Maybe that lift can help us get higher. Might be easier to break that ground from up there. Break through the ground from up there?
Certainly try.
Left side, brother!
Gotcha!
Right flank!
What happened to the lightning arrows we had, by the way? AoE. When AoE turns green.
Hey! They hit hard!
Bergs are a mother. It's to come to as no surprise that we despise wretches, but what we despise is even more is that the little buggers is even more than the little buggers is the thing that spawns. If wretches are born the way they smell, one can only imagine how much worse a Bergs or a mother is in the olfactory sense. Worst of all, killing them has been known to set off an eruption of wretches rather than stave it off. Most unpleasant of creatures, the lot of them.
Mimir, is this it? Over here?
That's the key we're looking for. Now we must head to that watchtower on the shore.
What are you not saying?
The mining rigs are not the only sin I committed in Svartalfheim.
Great. Having to deal with my mirrors. With all of my mirrors past, apparently. Go. entirely certain where I'm supposed to be going? Or how I'm supposed to get up there, anyway. Wait, I'm dumb. I've had this thing called a realization. Okay, that did not work. How do I get up there then? Because there's very obviously stuff up there. Maybe I have to come around from the other side somehow? I don't see anywhere that looks... Ah. Well, I see that. Clearly there's some kind of secret path over on the other side of this area. This island thingy.
Ymir, how many stories have you told about Odin and Thor? And all the bad things they've done? Let's see how many we can remember. Seems like Father could use his memory refreshed.
My memory of them requires no refreshment. They invaded our home.
Yeah, but I'm talking about history. All the other people they've hurt. Let's see.
Not now.
Intriguing.
Hey, this seems like a good time to try and remember all the terrible stories about Thor and Odin. Okay, there was Thamor, the stonemason.
Aye, he quarreled with his son. Went into the night to find him, found Thor instead.
And there was Thamor's son, Grimthur.
Who built the walls of Asgard and whispered something of importance to Freya before his betrayal and assassination.
There was Groa, of course.
The knowledge keeper and prophet of Ragnarok. Thor murdered her husband, and Odin covered it up before doing her in himself.
You can't forget Ymir, the first giant.
Odin carved him up to form the realms from his body, and let the torrent of his blood nearly drown every giant alive.
What about the giants of Jotunheim? They all seemed dead when we finally made it there.
That remains a mystery. Admittedly, it sounds like the Aesir god's dream.
What about Fjorgyn? Thor's mother was a giant, wasn't she?
Indeed she was. The circumstances of her demise were murky at best, but not sure I can blame Odin for that one. He wasn't the same after.
Oh, I know. There was Skavi, the queen of the hunt.
Aye, she spurned Odin's affections, so he tricked her into killing her father.
There was Starkadr the Mighty, the Jotnar military leader.
Slandered by Odin, tricked and murdered by Thor.
And there was Thrym the Cunning, the giant king who stole Thor's hammer.
Odin traded him Freya to get it back, then sent Thor in disguise to murder his entire court. Ah, but enough of that for now.
Well, that was a very nice, quick summary of things. Okay, this is gonna be a little more difficult than There we go. Horn of Bloodmead. I'll take it. Can't do anything with that currently. We are gonna have to come back
Brother,
to this room.
You ever think of cooking meat with those blades of yours?
No. They would foul the meat.
Oh, because of the magic on them?
The blood.
Ah, yes. Carry on then.
That's interesting. Where was that watchtower again? It was this way, right?
Back to Thor and Odin stories? Where were we? Who else? Ah, room near the brawler. The stone giant.
Aye. Mocked by Odin, murdered by Thor.
Enough of this.
But there's more.
I do not care. War with Odin is not the answer.
If we can avoid it. Which I don't think we're going to be able to avoid it, considering this is the name of the game is literally God of War Ragnarok. Ooh! Stuff we lost?
Thanks for grabbing that for us.
Can you hear that?
No.
Thought I heard a voice.
Let's keep going, lad.
This isn't the first time you've heard voices.
Just put the key into that lock, brother.
Alright, what's about to attack us, Mimir? A gong?
There. If you could give that drum a good loud strike.
Well, I tried.
What? So that's the voice I heard.
I'd hoped it would have escaped by now, but we'll need to free it from its restraints.
Well, that explains a lot.
What is this?
A Loonbocker. I captured it many years ago.
For Odin.
Yes. I thought it an imaginative and eye-catching way to earn his favor.
It worked?
That it did.
Can't talk here. Maybe there's another way up?
Yeah, I'm just looking around, exploring, checking all my options. There's a raven there now. That is so annoying. Alright. I'm gonna land on the whale and then we'll free it Next time I need to take a break and eat because it is almost 8:30 or it's actually after 8:30 and I have only eaten once today. So yeah, I'm gonna take a little bit of a break to do that. Alright, and when we come back in about an hour, we will be continuing with God of War Ragnarok. This is also gives me a chance to restart my recording. Have a good break, and I'll see you all in about 9:30. We'll say 9:30 p.m. Central Time. It is currently 8:35 p.m. So about an hour, so a little under an hour. See you all then. Later.